In late 1805, Lieutenant Zebulon Pike led an expedition up the currents of the Mississippi, tasked by President Thomas Jefferson to find the mighty river's headwaters. Might his troops have camped here? And if they skipped rocks across the waters, did their form foreshadow the forehands of Holland Hanley or Gannon Burr being tossed today, 220 years later, on the same piece of ground? Welcome to the Preserve Championship, connected by Microsoft Teams. Grant Zellner alongside Nate Perkins. Clearwater, Minnesota is the locale for this edition of the Disc Golf Pro Tour, the Preserve Championships. Nate, first things first, weather, the story. We've gotten lucky so far this year when it comes to weather, more or less, on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Has that luck ran out? Tell us what you're seeing and feeling there on the grounds.
Well, first off, I love that introduction, Grant. 1805, that takes us way back. And
way back.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that, separates the Preserve from other courses is the setting here. And we are right on the Mississippi, and we are just a couple hours south of those headwaters. And the water really only runs through one major city in St. Cloud before it gets to the course. And so it's running pretty pure when it gets this way. And weather is all anyone could talk about this week, Grant. Everyone was talking about the forecast. Did you see the rain? Did you see the lightning? We're definitely not playing 3 rounds. It's all the players could talk about. And right now, it's not even raining, Grant. Yesterday late, it said it was supposed to drop 2.5 inches on the course. Today, this morning, it says 1.75 inches. It says it's supposed to be raining right now, supposed to be dropping 1/4 inch over the next hour, but on the radar, it looks like it's actually going to miss us to the south. So we might be in the clear right now. You can see right there in the current conditions, the humidity's up. So we're kind of chilling in a cloud right now. So the tee pads are going to be wet, and grip is still going to be a big issue, but the wind is down and the rain is not falling. So I think everyone's happy with the conditions that they woke up to this morning, and scores are already getting low, Grant. People are already shooting under par out there.
I'm loving the temperature that I saw there too, 64 degrees. So many of our viewers right now in different portions of the US and even portions of Europe dealing with heat waves. It's summertime, and so maybe we can live vicariously through those, getting to play disc golf in comparatively comfortable temperatures like 64 degrees. I want to take a closer look at the course there at the Preserve, including at any changes. Those of us that have been following the sport for a while, we've gotten familiar with courses like this one here at the Preserve, but there are tweaks to the course, yeah?
Yeah, I think this is the least that the Black Bear course has changed from year to year. This is the 5th year we're playing here at the Preserve. 2 biggest changes are on hole 8. They've changed it from a par 5 that finished up the hill, and they've moved the basket down closer to the pond. It's now an 800-foot par 4 for the MPO, and I believe just under 7 for the FPO. I love this little flyover, Grant. This is sweet. And you can see just how close we are to the Mississippi right there. On hole 3, you're right next to it. Hole 13 plays right down to it. Grant, who do we got to walk us through the course changes this year?
Kayla Viska, former owner of the property and a designer that worked very, very hard to create everything about this course and this area, the design, the atmosphere, the environment for the players, all of that, thanks at least in part, if not in great form, to Kayla Viska. Let's let Kayla walk us through some of the things that we'll see this year.
Hey y'all, I'm Kayla Leviska, the course designer and founder here at the Preserve. We're standing on the tee of hole 8. This is one of the 2 holes that have changed this year a little bit for the Black Bear layout. So we thought we'd walk you through them. Let's go check them out. If you want to shorten your distance, then you got to cut it close to the water's edge. But the safe play is obviously to throw as far away from the water as possible, but that puts you further away from the basket. So I think this is a perfect placement. There's a couple different motivations. First, I loved the old green up there, but we're so close to the pavilion hole, which is one of like the most popular viewing spots on the property. But it's tucked up in the trees up there, so you couldn't see it from any of the bleachers or any place by the pavilion. So that was the main motivation, was to kind of make it more visible for all the spectators that are at the pavilion and all across the lake here. It's obviously possible. If we get the perfect wind, some of these guys are capable of it on their biggest throws. Will it happen? I really doubt it. I don't know if the risk is totally worth the reward, but as you can see, the tee is in direct line of the basket, and all you gotta do is clear this pond, so it might tempt, it might tempt AB or some of these guys, I guess we'll see. Playing the entire hole right along this pond is obviously very picturesque. The view's great, it plays tough, so I think it's a great change. Here we are on hole 10's tee. This is another one of the changes for 2024. The tee is exactly the same. We have a huge open fairway. This is the shot that people can just throw it as far as they possibly want off the tee. But then it really gets technical on the second shot because we have a new basket location. So we'll go check that out. Before, again, the big arms, after they threw a big drive, could just kind of blast their second shot and just try to get over the creek. There wasn't a lot of accuracy required for them, but now what we did is we brought the basket over to the same side of Victoria's Creek as the tee is, so it really pinches up here. We got the creek line and the sidewalk that kind of create a pinch point, and then you actually have essentially an island green up here, where you got to hit a line in between these oaks to get to the basket.
No.
Give it to him.
Way. Are you kidding me?
Like you said, the only time you see Simon smiling is if he does something really bad or really good.
I can't even explain how happy it makes me. It's more just about seeing all of my peers here. Like every year, that's what gets me most excited. It's like when we built this place, we had the dream of creating this disc golf sanctuary, but then to have the pro tour here, to have all my friends that I've been playing with on tour, having the best players in the world here, enjoying it, camping out, swimming, fishing, enjoying the disc golf. It really just makes all that work that we did getting this place open a few years ago, it just makes it all worth it. I mean, this is magical.
Well, Nate, I know lightning is usually a dirty word on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, but we'll go ahead and take a lightning round here at the Preserve. Call out what you see.
Well, Cale's whole philosophy is allowing players to feel free out there. So there is minimal OB, and you really have to score if you want to be in contention out here. But yet there are still some very tricky spots. The approach there on 4. This new hole, par 3 on the 5th, tough. The second shot on 6, one of the most wicked par 4s on the whole course. Straight shot here on 7. The new number 8 is going to be playing tough. 821 for MPO Grant. Takes 2 big shots. And then, of course, the classic par 3 over the water. And then this new finish on the 10th is going to be difficult with the OB right there by the sidewalk. And, of course, you have the wall here on number 11. That's one of the iconic par 3s out here. Hole 12 played extremely tough for both divisions last year. That tee shot is demanding. And Grant, the river is less than circle's edge deep there on 13. Par 5 on 14. Classic finishing hole on the mound. And then this tee pad is also backed right up against the river. 16, you kind of get a view of the campgrounds off to your right. The 250 straight shot to kind of finish the round, and then of course the eagle opportunity on 18 awaits. Classic course out here at the Preserve, Grant.
Beautiful grounds and an incredible atmosphere. I think the players who play in a lot of really wonderful different areas throughout the course of the tour. They go to Oregon, they go to California, they go to some really beautiful parts of Texas and even the Southeast. But this one is a real gem in terms of feeling good, feeling like you're in beautiful surroundings. I think, at least in my experience, you almost feel like you play well. It's the same as putting on clothes that you make you feel good, you play good. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the players players attack this course. And we'll start by previewing the players that won't get a chance to attack until the afternoon, weather permitting. Talking about the MPO field, with Gannon Buhr leading the charge. He's coming off of a sweep of the Oregon events at Portland and then at the Beaver State Fling. With a win this weekend, he becomes the first MPO player to win 3 consecutive elite events since Paul McBeth did so 5 years ago in 2019. He was last season's Preserve champion. No, that is incorrect. Excuse me, getting my notes crossed. But let's talk Gannon Buhr first while we've got him on screen. What are you liking about his game right now, Nate?
I mean, there's nothing I don't like about his game right now. I'd say that the only thing that I can pick apart with Gannon is the mindset that he sometimes operates out of, where he's saying that he just wants it to be over, that it's so nervous and those moments are too much for him at the end, but it doesn't seem to actually take away from what he's able to do on the course. So right now, it's hard to say that anyone can really keep up with Gannon Buhr, especially at a course with minimal OB. There's not a lot of dangerous spots out here. And when we've seen in the past, when it's a sprint, when you have a tournament set up to where you have to shoot 10 to 12 under par to stay in the mix, Gannon Buhr has performed exceptionally well relative to the field. So right now, I think he has better odds than anybody in this event. I think because he won the last 2, there might be a little layer of pressure on him to perform this week, and I think that's maybe the only downside, believe it or not. But yeah, Gannon Buhr, I'd have to say, is the clear number 1 heading into this tournament.
Nate, I want to dig into something you said just a moment ago about Gannon Buhr being particularly adept at what you called sprint type events. With the weather coming in, are the players aware of the fact that they may need to do all of their work in less than 3 full rounds? And if so, what kind of adjustments do you expect that they will make?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of talk about potentially playing less than 54 holes. Due to the conditions, but right now on the radar, there's no lightning to be had. There's a lot less rain coming down. So I think when players show up to the course today, they're going to realize that, hey, I think we might have missed the center of this storm, and we are going to play a full tournament. And by the time these guys are out there, half the MPO field is going to be in the clubhouse. So they're going to see where the numbers are at heading into their opening round, Grant, and I think they're going to realize that it's going to be about the same as previous years. The wind isn't too high right now. I don't think it's going to be later in the afternoon as well. So I fully expect double-digit rounds all weekend.
Well, let's turn our attention to the defending champion now, Ricky Wysocki, who is trending in the right direction. He's coming off of a couple of podium finishes in Oregon, 3rd at Portland, then a 2nd at Beaver State Fling. Ricky Wysocki in position now to maybe surge and try to start climbing that mountain that will be what it takes to catch Gannon Buhr in terms of Player of the Year and other honors such as that. Although I will say this, he hasn't won yet this season, and so certain records could be at risk.
Yeah, the record of 13 seasons in a row with at least one Elite Series or National Tour event. It's certainly at risk, Grant, but he said it. He's got the confidence. The putter was dropping in Oregon. I think the biggest difference between, Ricky's 3rd and 2nd and Gannon, winning the tournament is Gannon is giving himself just that many more looks from Circle 2. Rick is still every now and then getting a little loose off the tee. When he is giving himself looks, he's knocking down considerably more putts from Circle 2 than Gannon right now. So if Ricky can just put himself in position this week at the Preserve, I think he's got a great chance to win this tournament for his 3rd time. And it's also a course that sets up great for Rick. He said in his interview that when there's not a lot of OB to had, he can really take the pressure off himself and he can just open up on the tee, especially those par 4s. He's not really worried at all where he is in the fairway. He knows that if he can just get himself an opportunity to get up and down, he can make it happen. Putter's hot right now, Grant.
After the break, we turn our attention for the rest of the morning and into the afternoon to the FPO field, where Katrina Allen, who is playing for the first time in over a month, looks to defend her title here at the Preserve from 2023. We'll look into Katrina and others in the FPO field right after this on the Disc Golf Network.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your Disc Golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoGottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoGottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Microsoft Teams is presenting the 2024 Preserve Championship and offering a new community platform for disc golf fans. Scan the QR code on your screen to join the Disc Golf Tour Talk Teams community. Members will have until Monday to ask last year's champs, Katrina Allen and Ricky Wysocki, a question for a chance to win a disc and a free year of the Disc Golf Network. Kat and Ricky will be answering questions in that community next week. And if that sounds great, but you just can't wait another second to hear from Katrina Allen, don't worry. We're going to hear from her right now, right here on Tournament Central.
I would say timing can be difficult. Just, I guess though, as someone who's like studied sports and physical, activity my whole life, your core is where you get all your balance, and the stronger your core, the better. And now I have a 20-pound weight there, so it can be a little infuriating. But then there's some days where I feel amazing and timing feels good and shots feel crispy. So just trying to be patient with myself is really my ultimate goal for the weekend. I think I had the longest cash streak, and I ended that last season. And I've had a lot of things. I mean, I know that's just part of having a long career. Yeah. I saw one of the most awesome comments I've seen in a very long time, where I had made a long putt, and Jomez shared it from the Open at Austin, and someone was like, I'm so impressed with how long she stayed at the top of the game. And that kind of took some pressure off that, I'm so hard on myself. If I don't win one this year, it'll really suck to lose that stretch. But I also have to remember, they all streaks end eventually, and the fact that it would be because I'm having, a daughter is pretty awesome. So.
Sort of an incredible story here. Katrina Allen expecting her first child in barely a month, and here though to defend her title, to go out there and to frankly be an inspiration.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, she's a warrior out there, talking about 20 extra pounds on her core. And Grant, last year, her performance at the Preserve was one of the most impressive of the season for me because of where she was at leading up to it. She was in no man's land concerning her swing. She was going back to the drawing board and totally reworking her backhand form. And then all of a sudden, leading up to the event, she's like, hey, I think I finally found it. I think I found something that I can work off of this week. And then if you remember, she shot a 1031 rated opening 10 under par at the Black Bear course. She followed it up with another 1,000 rated round in round two. She shot 20 under par at the 3-round tournament. Kristen actually played well. I mean, 17 under par. That's solid after 3 rounds, and more often than not will win you the FPO division. But Katrina Allen played nearly out of body considering where she was at in the month leading up to the tournament. So it's not a total surprise that she's coming back to defend the title from last year. But as you said, Grant, it's absolutely inspirational what she's doing.
Again, playing for the first time in over a month. That last time on the course, Kat finished 3rd at the Las Vegas Challenge. This year, an A tier, but an A tier with a lot of star power. So Kat playing well, despite playing in, shall we say, a different condition than she's ever played in before. It'll be great to see Kat out there during the course of this week, whether she defends her title successfully or not. Looking forward to seeing her mix it up one final time, I believe, before taking an obvious break from the tour for very obvious and valuable reasons. Let's look into Holyn Handley now, coming off of her breakthrough victory in Oregon. And Nate, the big question about Holyn is, given the talent around here on the tour, is it right to expect floodgates to open and Holyn to now win multiple times before the end of the year? Or are we content seeing Holyn playing with perhaps a different mindset, a weight off of her shoulders, and just being in contention and perhaps grabbing the occasional victory? What do you expect to see from Holyn now?
You know, I've felt like Holyn has been the technical favorite heading into most events this season, especially since Tatar's been out. I feel like Holyn has the best game on paper and just hadn't been able to prove herself on Sunday. And Grant, while she did take down Beaver State Fling, I still really have to point out that she needed help from an Owen Scoggins. Like, she needed nerves to take over Owen. Owen made a fatal mistake that we really don't see too often on the 17th. So obviously have to give it up to Holyn for keeping herself there, 4 birdies to close out the round, including the incredible 45-footer on the 18th to push the playoff. Yet there's still some doubt looming, I think, in Holyn's mind about whether or not she's free and clear on Sunday. So I think she still has a little bit to prove. I don't think that the monkey is like fully off her back. And I tried to get her to talk about how she feels, like if she feels like she's gonna follow in Anthony Barella's footsteps and win, 2 out of the next 4 events, but she wouldn't give it to me. She wouldn't, fully say that there's no nerves there, there's no pressure, but I still feel like she's the most talented in the field, especially when the course lengthens like it does here at the Black Bear course. And I think Owen is at a slight disadvantage in the distance. And if we don't see the Paige Pierce from the Portland Open, I think Holyn could potentially run away with this.
Let's hear a little bit more then about Holyn's mindset in her own words.
I, got to enjoy doing the circuit of podcasts, and it was nice having that week off, so I didn't feel like I was rushed to get all of that stuff in and have it impacting the preparation for the next event. But honestly, I've been here since Thursday. I'm ready to get this thing started. Yeah, I've been here a week already, so I've gotten lots of practice in. It's actually taken probably more discipline to not practice too much and to take the rest that I need. But, I feel like my normal self, just ready to get after it.
Well, how much did the finish at Beaver State Fling kind of weigh on you? You were playing just less than 72 hours later in Emporia. Was it difficult to shake off that playoff loss?
Oh no, not at all. I've been there so many times. I've been play pro tour so many times, and you counted how many times I'm on the second place. Every year, probably like 5 or 6 times second place. So I've been through that a lot. For me, it's just another second place. I move on. It's nothing gonna shake me. Like no one get my goat. For me, it's just like I prepare myself very well. I prepare myself to the high point and the low point. So on that moment, I was thinking if I win, it will be great. If I lost, it's okay because I already prepare myself to worse and high situation.
A pretty incredible story when you think about it, Nate. Owen Scoggins in that playoff in the West Coast time zone here in the United States on Sunday afternoon. By Tuesday morning, she's gone backwards up the Oregon Trail to Kansas. She's playing in pretty extreme heat with an early morning tee time there in Emporia, Kansas, and goes on to win the Masters World Championship for the fourth year in a row, this time by a commanding 25 strokes. And now here she is in Minnesota, ready to go at it again. Does the woman ever run out of energy?
She's insane, Grant. She is one of a kind athlete. She's definitely Hall of Fame already, and she's just tacking on to it. And we talked to her about Masters Worlds, and she's just like, "Oh, it was chill. You know, I was just playing with my friends." It was 100 degrees. Oh, it's too good. She's a national treasure. Disc golf is lucky to have someone like Owen Scoggins.
Nate, in the few moments that we have left before kicking things off in the FPO division, I want to talk a little bit about Paige Pierce. This will be her first appearance since her, I suppose we could call it a re-breakthrough win back at the Portland Open. You declared her officially back as of that win. Given the chance to breathe and look around a little bit, do you still stand by that? What do you expect to see from Paige, not only today, but moving forward into the second half of the season?
Man, she loves this property. I think she's at her highest self when she's out here camping with her friends. You know, her and Missy and Ella and Jules and Germ were having fun, you know, near the river last night. So I think she's in a great state of mind. She just came back, obviously off a win, but she just came back from a big music festival in Tennessee in Bonnaroo, where she held a clinic for 500 people. I think they gave away 500 discs, you know, to the people that showed up to that clinic. So she's feeling good about life right now, Grant. And when Paige is happy off the course, I think that's when she's at her best. And she's dominated this event before. She just like Ricky and Gannon, she loves it when there's not a lot of OB and she's not really tense on the tee pad. She gets to rip on those drivers. So I'm big on Paige Pierce this week. And if she starts this tournament in a good space off the tee, if she finds that timing early, I think that she's going to be dangerous all weekend.
Well, let's go ahead and look at how everybody is starting this tournament off. A look at hot rounds as players have already made their way onto the course, some making the turn to the back nine. Nate, what stands out to you here?
Missy Gannon shooting 3 on the front. That's solid. I think 3 to 5 down is going to be hot there on the front. Luque's, she's been playing some good golf all season, and she could be a threat. 4 down through 7's pretty hot. Val Monduhano, good to see her. And her sister, I believe, not on this top 10 list, but she's back, Grant.
We move ourselves to FPO coverage here at the Preserve Championship, connected, that is, by Microsoft Teams. And Tournament Central will be back in the midday at about 3 o'clock Central, so you can join Nate Perkins and myself, Grant Zellner, for continuing coverage from Minnesota. Enjoy the round.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Midwest. The tour has arrived at a disc golfer's paradise located just off the banks of the Mississippi River. This is the Preserve Championship, connected by Microsoft Teams. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside four-time world champ and Hall of Famer in Valerie Jenkins. Val, moments ago, we just saw Holland Hanley getting warmed up. Things seem to be trending all things Holland lately. She's been playing some incredible golf this weekend, looking to pick up another victory here in Minnesota.
And I think it would suit her game very well playing out here at the Preserve. But Holland, we know that she's a student of the game. She studies disc golf, and it's nice to see that it's finally connecting. She's finally making it happen, and I think it's all been on the mental side. And finally, she broke through at the Beaver State Fling under some immense pressure up against Owen Scoggins.
And we're seeing right there 7 major or DGPT podiums this season, the most of any FPO competitor. We're going to take a look back, actually, at the Beaver State Fling, as you just mentioned, and taking it down in dramatic fashion, Val.
This is the push the playoff. Hole 18, she cashes this huge putt. How many times do players dream about that situation? You know, in their backyard, lining up a big putt for the win, for the playoff. And then this is what she had left to win in that playoff against Owen.
Owen, along with the rest of her friends, right there to congratulate her. And we're taking a look at her last 5 major and elite events. As I said earlier, trending in the right direction. A 10th place at Champions Cup. And mind you, just 2 weeks prior to that, her other 2 events were also runner-up finishes. She then takes 10th at Champions Cup, improves to 4th at the Dynamic Disc Open, 3rd at OTB Open, Portland Open, and then Beaver State Fling in dramatic playoff fashion. And the rating, as you can see, also so consistent in that 980 to low, almost to the 990s on average. And she is #1 in the Disc Golf Pro Tour World Standings. She has never led in that category before, but currently she sits atop the entire division. And we're going to take a look at our current conditions where the temperature just 64 degrees, but you see the humidity at 94%. Currently the winds are down at just 7 miles per hour. Coming out of the east, there is a threat of rain or thunderstorms throughout really all of today and tomorrow. So far we've been blessed that we've seen play and everyone is safe and out there competing. However, that's something we're also going to keep an eye on for today and tomorrow. Haley King getting ready to tee off. She was not part of the West Coast swing. Back in her Midwestern roots right now, of course, living down in North Carolina. However, she hails originally from about 4.5 hours east of where she is right now. Coming from Wisconsin. Owen Scoggins.
All right, everybody, please
coming off a Masters World title. Make that her 4th.
Angeles,
Ready to get started.
Owen Scoggins.
Wait, is it me first?
I'm wrong. I was just excited because she just won Worlds and all that stuff. All right. Let's try this again. Up first from Seattle, Washington, Ella Hansen. Next up from Charlotte, North Carolina, Haley King.
Having such a long break. I'm sure it feels like a new beginning here for Haley King. Let's see how she stands up to the
From
competition.
Burnsville, Minnesota, please give it up for Raven Klein. Yeah, girl. And she's so special, she gets 2 introductions. Give it up again for Owen Scoggins.
Our second feature card is off. And as they start on the fairway, we're going to check in with Missy Gannon, throwing her 3rd on the 10th. Missy currently 3 under. And playing to the new pin position. And that should tie her for the lead. And we are blessed to have Nate Perkins on the ground all weekend. And right now he's catching up with none other than Owen Scoggins. Take it away, Nate.
Owen Scoggins, how is your arm still connected to your body after playing in the 100-degree weather in Emporia? You never seem to slow down.
You know what? This morning I woke up and I feel like my arm's getting pain. And I took ibuprofen. Yeah, so far it's helped. We'll see if the the medicine run out.
Well, you traded a Justin for a Jenny. How's Jenny going to help you out this week?
She's my best friend, so of course she support me in my emotional and give me a confidence. So I'm thank you she's coming, and I love her. She's my good friend. So.
Are you far enough to go for this one now?
Yeah, I think I have to go for it.
All right. Thanks, Owen. Good luck.
Raven Klein throwing her 2nd.
And it's a risky shot up and over the corner of the lake, and Raven makes it good. And these second shots, the players are forced to throw it a little bit higher than comfortable to get over the taller bushes that are on the edge of the pond. So it makes it difficult to judge the distance, judge the power to make sure you're still landing close to the basket. Raven's going to have a pretty big putt.
Scoggins trying to flex it back and just inside the circle. She'll have a look for birdie on hole 1.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
As Nate just referenced, Jenny Umstead on the bag.
Hella's almost throwing backwards to get to the basket. Leaves it plenty high, but gets hung up on that high ceiling, or the low ceiling, excuse me.
And she too will have a look from inside the circle for birdie. just like that, Val will have 4 looks for birdie on hole 1. As they move closer, we're going to take a look back at Missy Gannon on 10. This will be to tie for the lead at 4 under. Not a problem for Gannon. Colin Hanley will tee off on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your Disc Golf Warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoGottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoGottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
Klein with a birdie look on 1. Now Hansen for birdie.
A little tentative there. Didn't have that full extension she needed to give that extra rotation of the disc.
Scoggins doesn't give it enough power, and now we see Haley King will be the only one to capitalize on the birdie looks.
I think if you place this hole in the middle of the course, it would be a automatic birdie. All these players would need to get the birdie, but because it's hole 1, you kind of have those morning nerves. You're getting warmed up. You're trying to get that momentum going, and it could put a lot of pressure on the first putts of the day.
And our defending champion from 2023, Katrina Allen, making her arrival.
And
Hoping
getting closer to that delivery date. It is impressive to see Katrina out here defending the title, and she is just about a month away.
I was just thinking, we're hoping we don't see any early arrivals as she was arriving onto the scene. And we look back at 2023's effort. It was really this round that set her apart. She basically matched the runner-up in Kristen Tatar during rounds 2 and 3, but it was round number 1 where she shot a 10 under, a 10:31 rated round that really separated her, and she just maintained from there. Of course, played great golf in rounds 2 and 3, but she had that lead to work off of the entire time. Round 2 was rated 1,001. It was a 6 under. And during our final round, she shot 4 under, which was rated 986, and that was enough to secure a 3-stroke margin of victory. Katrina Allen, your champion in 2023. her title defense begins on the other side of this break. We'll see you there.
Plane is marked by the first orange.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back.
Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
You want a new disc, but you're overwhelmed by all of the options. Well, we've got you covered. Meet the Innova Pathfinder Guides, a series of graphics that match a set of discs for your style of play, curated by our own Riley O'Neill and Eric Schwann. Whether you're the beginner, the crusher, or anywhere in between, we've got a lineup for you. So scan the QR code, find a guide that matches your style of play, and discover your path to a better game. If you haven't seen these, you're missing out. All right, back to the action.
Hello, race fans. For decades, my brother and I dreamed of starting a board game company. With the help of the disc golf community, we did. Thank you so much. We are proud to announce that the Preserve is coming to Birdie Pro. Pre-order today, BoaterBrothers.com.
The Preserve Championship is connected by Microsoft Teams. Connect with anyone, anytime, for free with Microsoft Teams. Back with Missy Gannon now on the tee of 11. Sitting as a co-leader at 4 under.
One of the most signature holes on the course. Water carry up to that island green, and that is perfect.
A bullseye hit for Missy and a birdie coming. With that, she could become our solo leader. Luque Lorenzen. Maria Oliva off to a great start. And Val, didn't you say that Emily Beach also just carded an eagle?
Yeah, over on hole 6.
All right, everybody, let's give it up for our 1020 feature card in FPO. First up on the box from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, let's hear it for Katrina Allen.
But can also claim Minnesota as one of her hometowns. This is where she learned how to play disc golf. So no doubt she's excited to play against it above this crowd.
From Rosebud, Arkansas, Kat Murch.
Definitely want to stay in the short
From
grass
Grapevine, Texas, Holland Handley. And from Pensacola, Florida, let's hear it for Paige Pierce. Woo! Let's go!
We're in the fairway. We got it. There you go, Bill.
Low and turned
I'm
over
prepared
for
right now.
Pierce. She double checks the tee pad and starts moving down the fairway. Well, let's take a look at our Val's Keys, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, I think there is a lot of scoring opportunities out here on these longer par 4s and even the par 5s, but you have to get in that right placement to set yourself up for the next shot. And the par 3s, they are not necessarily gotta gets, even though there's several under 300 feet. You could see players getting into trouble and carting bogeys. So there's a lot of scoring swings that can happen on the par 3s. And C1X putting, that is going to be so important, especially if we see any weather happen out on the course this weekend, or if we see the winds start to pick up. C1X putting is always important.
Ella Hansen on the tee of 3.
Even this hole, it seems like a got to get, but we see players filtering off to that left side, and it can make a lengthy comeback putt.
And with the birdie, Missy Gannon is now your solo leader at 5 under through 11.
No, that's fine.
Page doesn't like it. Her caddy does, though. And we will see a green flag. She's safe.
We're coming in exciting.
Got some Worcestershire shells. Worcestershire? I definitely don't be eating that stuff. Hell no.
Well, you don't like Worcestershire?
No. I mean, not that I don't like it, it's just unnecessary fun. It's like if you have a good steak, you do not need sauce. Cat.
Fair.
Butter. Right?
Butter. Or good or
She's
butter.
the steak woman right here.
Getting the food talk going early. I'm not going to complain.
I feel like we all just dreamed about steak for a minute. Couldn't even talk.
This 2 is low out of the hand of Murch. Does it have enough to get up and over? Perkins, we couldn't see a flag there. Could you tell us if Kat Murch was in bounds or not?
Yeah, I tried to push through, but she did come up short into the OB. Trina's got to try and draw this in left to right. Get it underneath the ceiling late. Oh, she's actually going hyzer here. And she's got the height. And right underneath it, she bounces off the koozie into the bullseye. What a shot to start her tournament.
Trina Allen will be opening with a birdie on hole number 1. With Scoggins, tee of 3.
Using that full flex to carry the disc off to the right. It's going to have a relatively short putt.
Holland will be unobstructed from that side of the green. She'll have a look for birdie. We saw the drive by Hansen, now the birdie attempt. Left side corner pocket. Hansen collects the birdie. It's her first. Gannon with her tee shot on the par 4.
So Kat is still on the fairway side. She didn't penetrate through. So the last place she was in bounds was short of the OB. So she still has to clear that to get up and over near the pin.
And that could be a disaster. That looks like it's short as well. She must have cleared it. She's going to make her way around, but definitely short of the pin. Scoggins looking to collect a birdie, and she'll do just that. Owen also moves to 1 under, as did Ella Hansen.
And I'm thinking that Paige had a couple weeks off. We know she went to Bonnaroo during the weekend of the Beaver State Fling, and that was following her big win at the Portland Open. So I'm sure she's been sitting on that win, thinking about the next time she can come back and defend a title.
Henley on line but low, needing more power. And Murch still in circle 2. She didn't like that one out of her hand, so struggling here on the very first hole. She's going to pick up a double bogey. Pierce is in for the par. Paige also posting on social media how she's camping in a tent for the first time at a tournament in the last 4 or 5 years. She said Missy and Tom picked her up from the airport and got her all set up, but Paige Pierce on site will be camping out in a tent here for this Elite Series event.
Katrina making easy work of that putt. She's going to stay on the top of the box.
Great drive by Maria Oliva, who's been off to a great start. She's 3 under through the first 4. And with that drive we just saw, likely we'll see her move to 4 under through the first 5.
That's fantastic. Hole 1, about a couple of big shots. Hole 2, look how technical this hole is. You have to hit your line perfectly if you want to get the birdie.
Oh, does that mean I missed the Manda? Okay, do I have to retee? Okay. Do I wait?
Looked like Kat just
do I go now? Okay.
simply held on to it too long. And that's going to be considered of missing the Mando. Hanley up the center is going to finish on the left side, giving herself a circle's edge putt. The redirect will bring Pierce back to the more toward the center of the fairway, but looked like out of her hand, maybe her wrist was up, something that had the nose of the disc too high immediately off the release. Murch.
Oh, don't do that. Come on. I'm going to say provisional in case it... I don't think it did, but yeah.
So it did look like she went past the tree with the M on it, but because she got that roll backwards, I'm calling that a miss Mando.
Yeah, it's about being in a restricted space, so to speak. We did hear her call the provisional just to be safe.
It happened to me twice last year, both at the same tournament, actually. I'm like, what? I didn't miss the Mando. Yeah. We're 100% sure about that, right? Yeah. I saw it.
It's good to know the rules in a situation like that. You never want to misplay and add additional strokes to your scorecard because you didn't know the rules.
Likely a double bogey coming up for Katrina Allen after the birdie start, but now we're with Missy throwing her second on the 12th.
Just an ideal placement off of her drive. That looked like a very nice power, good distance control.
The approach is on point for Kat. Oliva trying to get to 4 under. Very impressive. 4 out of 5 for Maria Oliva to get started in our opening round.
Sounds good. Got
It seems like Kat is adding a lot of drama to these first 2 holes. A similar size putt to what she had on hole 1. Holland's going to need to make some adjustments to get that line and that extension back on track. It is so interesting to watch how Katrina has changed up every part of her game to throw and to be able to continue to putt like she does at that low reach down. No birdies for our featured card on hole 2.
And now we're going to take a look at hole number 3 at 280 feet, Val.
I think this is a really fun hole to see our right-handed backhand players throw. It sets up really nicely. There is a good amount of space on that right side. You just have to pick your line and allow the disc to finish to the left. Anything that's thrown at the basket is going to start to drift down that hill, and it could find that OB line on that left side. Plus, you'll have an uphill putt coming back. So ride that right-hand tree line and give yourself a putt down to the basket. A great throw from Holland. And I think about this distance, 324 feet. For our power throwers, our distance throwers like we got on this card, they have to really choose the correct disc with the correct amount of speed. A distance driver is going to go way too far. So it's likely they're throwing slow speed. You can see how slow that hit the ground. Didn't get a lot of skip.
The line drive ends up on the right side for Murch. And it looked like a slip there by Katrina. And she's now looking down at the tee pad. She'll still have a look, and she is safe, but that's going to be an uphill putt from circle 2. See both the drive and the approach by Gannon on the 12th, and that's where it landed. So a turkey, 3 in a row here for Gannon, and she moves to 6 under. And right now she's holding down the title of our Innova Hot Round at 6 under, 2 clear of the rest of the field. You see Gannon 6 under through 12.
Low line drive. Looked like it had plenty of power to get basket high.
Oliva off the tee of 6 is going to push left side. What a kick. Out into the center of the fairway. A favorable bounce back there from Maria Oliva. And more of an approach motion coming from Kat as opposed to the uphill putt. Off the top for Murch's birdie bid from circle 2.
It had all the power she needed. It looked like it was right on track with the pole as well. There we go, getting it started. Holland, closest putt that she's had so far in the round. She's able to get the birdie.
Allen will remain at 1 over. Cat Murch also in for the par. We're going to take a look at our birdie zone here on the 4th. And the birdie zone is brought to you by Birdie Pro, the best-selling disc golf board game in the world. Get yours at your favorite disc golf pro shop or boaterbrothers.com.
So this hole is the dog leg to the right. So the players on the tee are trying to get to that corner. I like the shots that just fly directly straight, kind of going short of that. It's like a crop circle down there, but just a little long of that birdie zone. So then you have that straight look. There are some trees on the corner of this hole. So if you end up short and near that 350 mark, you could have to maneuver around those trees. The second part of this hole is a tunnel shot. So that's why you need to be lined up so perfectly.
And thanks to our Flight Factory drone, we can take a look at it in real time. Just over the top. Currently the weather holding off for us here in Clearwater, Minnesota.
So what I call the crop circle is actually an old golf green. You can see it just past that bunker. Still an old sand bunker out in the corner of this hole. Holland gets to the right of these trees. But I think she's short of that ideal landing zone. It'll still be a slight turnover from where she's landed. Just like that. I love that positioning. That yellow rope that we see, that's just for the spectators to stay behind. There is OB, but it's far to the left, and it's actually water.
Sometimes it's flat. So good.
Sometimes it's flat. Water slaps.
And Gannon checked up on the ridge. Just past that, she may have found the Mississippi River, but here she is, pin high, going for her 4th birdie in a row. And Gannon just low on the attempt. She tap in for the par and remains bogey free, 6 under. Renson, who was right there on pace essentially with Gannon, took a double bogey on 10 and falls back to 2 under.
Hole 14, there's a lot of OB on this hole. You can see that tall grass about 100 feet in front of the tee pad. That's an OB area that the players have to clear. And then there's OB cart path on the left-hand side. This just needs to carry straight.
She's going to be flirting with the left side OB, but checks up and she's safe. Oftentimes we have a headwind on this hole, which can make it that much more challenging. And as you said, plenty of OB everywhere, but Gannon is safe with the tee shot. Allen throwing her 2nd, going with the roller.
No way.
It stands up and it continues to track. It's going to curl up on the short right side, but a crafty play by the veteran.
That worked.
I mean, this is you could only expect a shot this good out of a player that is not almost 9 months pregnant. But Katrina, nothing is slowing her down from still continuing to play her game. It's remarkable.
Thanks to our friends at Zuka for the replay. Just shy of 300 to the pin for Murch. And that's going to get to pin high. She'll be in circle 2. The putting hasn't looked overly confident so far. We'll see if maybe one from circle 2 can get her going here.
Paige had that low ceiling right off the bat, so she kept her shot nice and low, but that prevented her from getting that full
Yeah,
distance.
that would be amazing. Actually, I'll film them back and we'll just put that to the do some meta filming.
Like, she's talking to somebody. Like, it's me.
Yeah, just a little more height, and I think that would have been perfect for Holland. So we've got some lengthy putts. If we want to see anyone on this card get the birdie.
Oliva with her second.
That will work.
It's all about maintaining position on that particular hole, more so than almost any other hole out here, in fact. I'm going to throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, we see Katrina carrying her own bag around. Did she say something about having a caddy possibly out here this weekend? What'd she say to us yesterday?
Oh, she's just said how particular she is about who is on her bag. She needs them to know the bag as good as she does. But I am still just in awe of what she's doing. And she's lining up this little tricky patent pending after an incredible roller, but a pretty simple up and down. She has 18 feet left for the par here.
Yeah, she's going to be down on the bottom.
Yeah, right?
She really talked about how she wants somebody who knows her game inside and out. Occasionally, Austin will join her out there on the bag, but otherwise, she'll be out there lugging it around for the weekend, which, Val, I saw the grimace on your face to that, as Hanley is just off the mark from long range.
I mean, I totally get that. If you have somebody that's that close to you for a whole weekend, you want to make sure that they're not messing up your game. But I feel like at this point, if she had someone that was just silent for the whole weekend and carried the bag, that'd be a pretty good opportunity.
Pierce for birdie. Certainly a chance for Murch to get something going. I'm not seeing a whole lot of connection or confidence in the putting from really a good portion of this group. And Murch can maybe kind of change that narrative here if she can connect. This is almost the exact same distance she had on the previous hole. Murch for birdie. Not drawing any metal from 34 feet is a problem, Val.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking. I feel like Kat has kind of gone a little stagnant in her season. Nothing has really been connecting. In previous years, she would be all over the basket.
And after the roller second shot, the patent pending third, Katrina Allen will escape with a par. Pierce is in, and to keep this in perspective, hole number 4 has not given up a birdie at all in the entire field. So it's going to go birdieless here in round number 1 today. Oliva with her third. A near perfect setup. And she'll slide inside the circle. She'll have a birdie look from there.
You would love to play hole 6 as good as Maria's been playing it. It is one of the most challenging holes on this course. You can find so much trouble. So although Missy almost brought the OB into play on the left-hand side. It really sets her up so nicely because she can now utilize more of that right swing. She can really bring the disc out wider to that right side, closer to that tree line. But with the height, needed a lot more height on that.
She gets a couple of skips, pulling that right tree line into play, so to speak, on the right side, just as you called, Val. We'll see if that skipped close enough to the pin. Here's Oliva for birdie. And continues the hot start, 5 under through 6. And as I just mentioned a moment ago, hole 4 hasn't been birdied by any woman in the division today. So the fact that she parred it almost feels like she's playing as well as anyone else there. Hanley. That looked left and inside.
This is one of the newer holes on this course. Not very long, and certainly reachable by the entire group, but very technical. You need to choose the correct disc, and you need to hit that line so perfectly. It gets a great bounce through those very last trees. Katrina is lined up for a birdie while the rest of her card mates are in trouble to save a par. See, Maria just one stroke back, but she's heading into hole 7 while Missy's on 14. We'll see how far Holland was able to chop through that left side.
I want to throw it out to Nate for a moment. Nate, this hole was new last year, so I guess the question is, do you think they have it figured out yet?
Yeah, it's a tough one to nail down. I mean, it's short, but the subtle shift in the fairway direction off the tee and then late, and then this last evergreen tree that's just past the pin, it's like a bunker. You don't want to land deep and left of this one.
Effective forehand approach from Pierce, just outside of the bullseye.
What did Juliana used to say? I always want to say thank you, but I'll take it. Yeah, you did.
And no problems for Gannon as she picks up another birdie and is 2 clear of the rest of the field. 7 under for Missy.
It's tricky. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be an air shot.
Holland has to do this full extension to the right, and then it's going to use the sidearm to get even more extension out to the right. She needs to nestle this close. And that was just an early release out of her hand. It's going to be around circle's edge.
Oliva to the tee of 7. This one's turned over, and it looks like, well, she'll need some heroics if she wants to birdie from there. Murch, another look from circle 2. And she finds it. Murch buries it. Maybe even a little surprised. We'll take another look. Kat Murch has had a few looks. This one may be her most difficult, so maybe she just needed the extra challenge, Val.
Pretty amazing. Especially on that elevated basket, a straddle putt. It all worked in her favor there.
Hanley answers with a solid putt of her own just inside the circle. That one to save par, though. Kat, with a birdie, can get back to even par for the round. And she's done it. The putters apparently decided to wake up here. Kat picking up her second birdie of the round as we take a look at our Zuka replay.
And the work that Kat has to do, she drops her putter down to her knee, and how far she has to reach up on this elevated basket. The timing was just perfect for that putt. And a good bounce back, I think, about hole 2, where she made the error off of the tee and the rest of her card mates were able to get the easy par. Gain some strokes back on that one.
Miss again and making easy work of the tee shot off the 15th. We're going to take a quick break on the network. We'll see you in just a moment.
M-Tips by Mojo. Yeah. Number 37.
To get better at upshots, pretend like you're playing catch with a friend. Unless you're not very good at playing catch.
Not again.
Sorry.
Not again. Oh.
You Play Disc Golf is your passport to teaching and learning the game. Our mission? To teach disc golf and make it accessible to everyone worldwide. From Alaska to Africa, Guatemala to Canada, and beyond, You Play Disc Golf has spread its wings teaching the love of the game across the globe. Get involved in our movement to make disc golf a universal joy. Explore youplaydiscgolf.org and join us in helping people find flight.
Alan's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Back with Maria Oliva throwing her second on the 7th.
That'll give her a putt.
Gannon with her second on 15.
Wow, and that just seemed to lose speed halfway through the flight.
And keeping it clean, Maria Oliva, the result of her approach right next to the pin.
You made yours, then Holland made his also.
Definitely every time
like,
I get
oh,
fired
I'm
up,
not
I'm not getting big putted. You got another thing coming, Catherine Merch.
Holland's box, right? Oh yeah, oh yeah. So pretty.
I agree. So pretty. The placement here, you just cannot overstate it enough. You have to keep it in the fairway. Otherwise, you're likely going to exhaust an extra stroke just pitching back out. Low line drive. Would be on the right side, but not buried.
So much control. And Paige had to throw that extremely high to get that distance. That was a putter just to get herself in the right placement.
Paige still looking for her first birdie of the round. Here's Murch. And that is well offline on the left side.
Yeah. You got contagious.
Oh no.
You got shot down now.
What's that?
You want me to carry your bags and do it?
No, I don't care. I can wait until we get to the porta potty.
And take a look back at what Katrina Allen has done here recently, especially when you see this approach here on the 4th. Getting crafty with it. A nice deep circle 1 putt for the birdie. That's to fight herself back to even par. And then no problem lining up center fairway here off the tee.
Probably an old guy.
Or that it's a guy telling you anything about
A very solid start. Of course, that double bogey. That was a rough way to begin hole 2 after missing the Mando. But she played the hole cleanly after that. And just a very smooth and steady round.
Great looking tee shot coming from Oliva on the 8th, which has a new basket placement this year. We'll get to that later. And Murch had pitched to here, so that was actually her 3rd.
As she will now be on that corner, and that next shot she'll have will be looking down the tunnel at the basket.
Just above the basket for Missy Gannon. A par likely coming.
It's exactly what you need to do. every shot after this, if you can land your disc on that road, that's about the width of the fairway for the rest of this hole. There's not a lot of room for error.
I'm actually mad when I'm straight on. I'm like, oh, I want a right or a left angle to work.
No problem for Gannon as she keeps the clean scorecard. 7 under through 14. As everyone else gets in line, I'll throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, we've never seen it this high a level, this caliber of play coming from an individual this far along in a pregnancy. How impressive out there by Katrina Allen today, right?
Well, being someone that has been in that situation, I will say yes, very, very impressive. And she's actually signed up for the Des Moines Challenge in 2 weeks, so this is not her last hurrah, if she has any control over it.
Well, that may be a product of just getting signed up for tournaments all in a pack, so to speak, as you sometimes do on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. I'm not sure if that's officially a decision that is foregone yet or not, but nonetheless, a warrior out there in what we're seeing. And I think Kat Mertz was just practicing some of her lullabies, actually, maybe to help out. Now we're seeing Hanley with her third. Just a tunnel shot, shy of 300 feet, but this was leaking to the left side, and the kick will put her back in the fairway. So a par most likely in store here for Hanley.
Well done, and a helpful kick at the very end. Give her a more open look at that putt.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. I already got you. You're doing that. Probably saying good.
Looks like Paige will have enough of an angle. She's going to have just a couple of trees in front of her, but I think she's going to have enough of an angle on an Anheuser line to get all the way down the tunnel. With a patent pending stance. Usually these are difficult enough, but now knowing you also have to hit this specific tunnel, it's all about the timing. And similar result to what we see from Katrina Allen. So she'll be in circle 2 with a birdie look. Oliva throwing her second shot on 8.
hole 8 is the same hole that we've played in the past, but that green is much different. A shorter hole, the basket placement isn't quite as scary as it has been in previous years.
And another kick off the tree right to the pole. And Hanley will have a tap in par.
Another spotter on the
Gannon on the 16th. Looking for that to swing to the hill. And with that, she should have a look for birdie. As I see Gannon at 7 under with 3 to play, I can't help but think back to Katrina, who had that hot opening round last year at 10 under, which she ultimately would then hold on to those strokes and take down the victory. But a little bit different course. I know we're seeing different pins on both 8 and 10 this year. Nonetheless, a clean scorecard for Gannon. 7 under with 3 to go. Now, Murch. Just off the top.
There's a big wager of somebody buying breakfast tomorrow if she were to cash that in. That was right on line.
At 11 meters here for Pierce. This time she had the power, but not the line.
Come on. Feel free to tap and go. I know.
Cat comes up just short with the birdie luck.
Holland, you can tap too if you want.
Both Hanley and Allen getting out of the way, tapping in. A solid comeback putt for Pierce.
Yeah, I just need to hit it for birdie, not for par. You're telling me.
She just needs to do that for birdie instead. Pierce is without a birdie here so far. Kind of surprising through 6 holes. I'm not sure anyone's too disappointed with a par on the 6th. Oliva, a long birdie look, and that's off the mark, so she'll have that left for her par. Gannon just inside the circle, trying to get to 8 under. Oh, and she's got it. Missy Gannon. Hot round at 8 under. She has just 2 to play. More action on the other side of the break.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Introducing the newly improved titanium plastic line from Discraft. Experience superior performance with an enhanced, tackier grip for unmatched control in all weather conditions. Each disc features mesmerizing swirls and bursts, making every throw a visual standout. Maintain the durability you trust with titanium plastic, ensuring your discs withstand the test of time. Elevate your disc golf game with Discraft's newly improved titanium plastic line.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDJ. Your PDJ number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdj.com/join.
Think you're the best glitch thrower in the world? Enter a Glitch World Championship qualifier in your area, and you can qualify to play against the best one-speed throwers in the world at the Glitch World Championships this fall at Maple Hill. The Players Pack includes 2 exclusive discs, a Plasma Soft Glitch and a Plasma Soft Pitch. You'll also be able to purchase, for the first time ever, Streamline's Parachute, the first hybrid catch disc from Streamline. Sign up for a Glitch World Championship qualifier today.
Support your disc golf game with a brand new Tritanium sleeve. We import these directly from Finland at high and low compression, or check out their knee or wrist supports. The only place you can get Tritanium in the United States is right here at PowerGripUSA.com.
We head to the 17th with our leader, Missy Gannon.
And looking at this hole on day 1, the fairway looks wide open, not a problem. But as the pressure builds up through the weekend, hole 17 can be so scary.
Well, it's not for Missy. She could move to 9 under with a birdie there. Cat off the tee of 7. And that's tracking to just inside the circle.
Offline from the start. And it's frustrating not to even have an opportunity to get the birdie on this hole.
The kick will give her a look from circle 2, but not really on the mark, so to speak. Paige hasn't gotten anything going here so far today. And yet again, Murch will have a circle, either circle 2 or circle 1 edge look right around that place she's been so commonly finding today. We'll see if she can convert. We've got Abigail Wilson putting on the 17th. Yeah. And she drains it. Coming from just over the border. Hailing out of Wisconsin.
And that is where you want to land if you want to have an open look at your birdie putt. Wow, one hole left to bring Missy to double digits for today's round and to match that hot score that we saw from Katrina of last year.
And for just a moment, it was a 4-stroke lead, now down to 3 as Oliva keeps it rolling, picking up a birdie. She moves to 6 under. And some slippery footing. Holland almost just fell forward a moment ago, as you can see, dealing with the hillside there. She goes to the standstill. It's really interesting to hear her talk about practice routines, thinking that the weather was going to be a factor this weekend. And she said, I don't know if I necessarily like going out and practicing in the rain. She said that there's a higher likelihood of injury or slipping or something of that nature, and she'll more so deal with it in the moment if inclement weather. So she prefers to practice in nicer weather and won't necessarily go out and grind out a practice round if it's raining. And I thought that was a great perspective. And some players will say, well, no, I'm going to play in it, therefore I want to go practice in it. And Holland goes with a different approach, saying she doesn't want to bring an additional possibility for injury. And Paige going with a towel off the back foot, not commonly seen. But I do love the play. She's not able to convert, but I love the strategy there.
At least you have no bogeys.
So well, that's, I guess, kind of echoing what I was just thinking. She's going to need to get something going here. The fact that she's birdie free is pretty surprising.
And it just seems like a minor adjustment here or there on her putt. Has plenty of power. It's coming out of her hand nice and flat, but it's just a matter of hitting that line. She's not tentative, though.
Allen for birdie.
Katrina's arm swing just keeps it so simple. She goes down to her knee, pauses for just a second, but when she brings her arm back up, it is just right on line.
Murch just inside the circle.
All right, then. A really solid putt from right around circle's edge.
Pierce will clean up for the par.
Has your diet changed at all? Like, have you had to?
And Missy Gannon on the final hole of her opening round, teeing off on 18. Currently 3 clear of the field as she sits at 9 under. Will she get to 10? We'll find out on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse with a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, and more. Everything you need for the game you love. Online or at our Minnesota store. Gotta Go, Gotta Throw.com, your disc golf warehouse.
Help! I'm so weak.
Hey. Leave that poor boy alone.
And who are you supposed to be, punk?
I'm you, man.
Huh?
Introducing the Birdie Derby, a ready-to-run tournament package from Prodigy Disc. It's the perfect 3-disc tournament to welcome new players and give experienced throwers something new to try. Learn more and host a derby today at discgolfderby.com.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, also known as Double G, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
Double G Craft Jerky is an awesome snack when you have a hankering on the course. You need a little something to pick you up out there so you can really get after a drive or finish on a putt and capitalize.
When you're playing a disc golf round and you're hungry and you don't have a snack on the course, you start to lose focus, you start thinking about what am I going to eat for dinner. With Double G Craft Jerky, that's not a problem.
Welcome back. Missy Gannon throwing her second on 18. As they say, that'll work. We're back now with Katrina Allen, tee of 8. Nate, we're back out into the open. What are the weather conditions? Any wind to speak of?
Well, while they were putting on 7, I walked up the fairway of 8, and it was actually a pretty steady headwind out of the east. And right now, it's calm. So, you know, scoring conditions are prime right here.
We see that Missy Gannon has been taking advantage of those scoring conditions, and Kat Murch finds the fairway with no problem. And they will take advantage of her distance.
Gets a nice forward skip, keeping it safe.
And we'll take another look at a birdie zone brought to us by our friends over at Boda Brothers. Val, what are you trying to line up here?
So you see that red square, that's the tee box, and the players are trying to get to that yellow birdie zone. 350 feet, that marker gets you on that corner, and then it's a pitch around just to lay up near the basket. But you want to get good distance off the tee, make sure you're safe, that's going to be the most important, but then you need to be aware of how close that basket is to the water. So those right-handed, backhanded shots need to stay out to the right to keep that second shot safe as well.
And our live look down brought to us by our friends at flightfactorydisc.com. Beautiful overview shot.
I know it's not by the basket, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Lovely.
I think I lost like 40 feet.
Yeah, it's not 20 deep in the it's not 20 deep in the lake.
Yeah. Well, I played this
Cat.
with Ellie yesterday, and that's what she did. To like here and then just do it straight on the corner. I don't even think I can get there, so what's the point? I guess normally I throw it to here.
Yeah, if you can get up here, I think it's maybe worth
Yeah.
it.
They'll probably all three it.
Well, I can't provide any additional insight other than hearing from Kat herself, feeling like she lost a little bit of distance, and she's perfectly fine playing this one for a par. She thinks the rest of the card will all three it, though. We'll see. Murch with her second. The only birdie that we've seen so far today has been from Jennifer Allen. Murch will have a look, but Jen Allen, the only birdie thus far. How many umbrellas does all right, like maybe she's carrying them for the rest of the card. We'll have to check in with Perks on that in a moment, but Kat Murch has got an entire cart full of umbrellas. Or she set up shop. I mean, maybe you could make a few sales out there. Oh, that's clear for Pierce, just barely. Perkins is, do we see Kat Murch out there having her own merchandise? What's going on with all those umbrellas?
It's 320. It's like 320. Just
You
for
know,
a
that's
costume,
actually
but
how
I think
she
I like
introduces herself. It's merch, like merchandise. And, you know, it was all everyone could talk about leading up to this weekend was how bad the weather was going to be. So I don't blame her for having 3 umbrellas in the bag today. And everyone's just loving the weather that we actually ended up with.
Knock on wood that it continues throughout as we see a great approach shot from Hanley.
That's the best drive I've had.
Perfect right here.
What?
Now with Maria Oliva. Hole 10 also is featuring a new pin position this year. And by new, I somewhat mean old. This was actually a pin position that we had many years ago that was changed, and now it's back to where it originally was. Here's Gannon with her third. Trying to get onto the green of the 18th, and she'll have a look from circle 2.
At this point, I hope she gives it a run. I'd love to see her put up a 10 under in this first round. And for Missy, it was really about that back 9. In her front 9, she shot 3 under, but then hole 10, carded 3 birdies in a row, missed the putt on 13, got 14, got 16 and 17. So really lit it up in the back.
And keeping in mind, Missy was the first card out this morning. She is the very first foursome that went out. I was thinking sometimes with the way the numbers shake out, often the first card out might actually just be 3 competitors, but she is in a foursome, and it looks like she's going to be the first into the clubhouse then, obviously. Question is, will she be at 9 or 10 under? Pierce, long range birdie look. And gets it. Pierce finally cards her first birdie, and she does it from deep in circle 2. We'll take another look. This birdie putt powered by Nakwa.
The full flight out of the putter to get that distance. Paige even talked a little trash before she lined up this putt. And I was thinking, does she have the focus to get this putt? There's a birdie for Paige. And an outstanding putt.
Nakwa Adventure Gear is lifestyle power. What a birdie by Pierce. Let's see if Katrina Allen's prediction is correct. She said the rest of her card mates would 3 this. And Kat Murch leads us to believe that will happen. She's also in for the birdie. Hanley even closer.
I don't feel like Katrina has dialed back much on any hole leading up to this point. So to hear her talk that strategy that this one is out of reach, I think is interesting. She's definitely playing it on the safer side.
She'll remain at 1 under. Hanley just outside of the bullseye. We see the wind blowing from left to right. Looks like Kat was correct. Her 3 card mates would go on to birdie the 8th. And Hanley will move to 2 under with that birdie.
Wait, were you shit talking me or telling me to shut up?
No, I was kind of razzing you.
Okay.
But also, it was because I knew it was you.
I was still talking?
I know. It's because I knew it was you, and I wanted to hear what you were saying. Like, I could tell it was your voice.
No, I was saying, I was still talking about Missy. Like,
yeah, I knew you
beefing
were.
with me. I was like, honestly, I was mad for a second.
I know, I could tell.
What am I in the middle of right now?
I just need to take a moment.
Me and Missy are beefing right
now.
now.
Blood in the streets.
I was also with her yesterday.
Someone let Missy know I birdied that hole.
Yeah.
Okay.
Flex on her.
Text yeah, Missy. I'm coming for you, girl.
I don't think Missy's paying attention just yet. She's doing work. Let's see if she can finish the round with a birdie.
Oh, yes, it's the 10-pack. A bogey-free 10 under opening round for Missy Gannon. We'll roll the Zuka replay, take another look. She's outside of the circle and just barely hangs on. It's a strike for Missy Gannon, 10 under.
All right, Paige, Holland, what do you got in the back 9? Because Missy showed us how it's done. Fantastic shooting. And I'm thinking she could have done one better with a birdie putt on 13. But really slow and steady start in the front and really turned it on in the back.
As you called it, 7 under in the last 9 holes from Missy Gannon.
Safe is good. That made me want to puke.
Murch really displeased with that effort. And that checks up right on the bullseye for Holland Hanley. Here's looking for this to fade to the pin. Caught up on the right side, but she'll have a straddle putt from there. Cat gets that to flip up, but not quite enough distance.
And on this hole, just for reference, it's just the water that's out of bounds. That cart path is safe.
If you're going to follow this card, please have your cell phone on silent. When a quiet sign on the swing.
Oliva lining up her second shot.
So 2 powerful drives, and Maria is still short of that OB river that runs through this hole. Scoops out for Allen on the birdie attempt. More tricky than I thought. Again, great line for Paige. Just a little off.
High was not expecting the miss there. Just knowing that she had a ceiling to deal with, and for it to come in high on the band was somewhat surprising to me. I thought maybe you would overcompensate and come in low, trying to avoid any of the branches. Murch is in for the par. Should remain at 1 over. So Hanley is looking to pick up a stroke on the entire card here. And she keeps her scorecard clean, but adds another birdie to it. And looking at our top 4 scores out on the course right now, including Maria Oliva, there are no bogeys on any of the top 4 hottest rounds right now. Can Oliva add to it?
So the cart paths and that asphalt mark in an island that the basket is now on. So she keeps it nice and safe for her third.
Take a look back at some of our favorite shots here so far in round 1, including the roller by Katrina on the 4th. Cat Murch with her most difficult connection of the day. She put that in for the birdie. And Missy Gannon just barely getting that one to hold on with a 10 under, the hot round of all competitors. And 20% off your first full month. Use code PRESERVE20. Go ahead and use that QR code on screen. So much action coming at you here for the rest of the year. Disc Golf Network will be bringing you Swedish Open coming up here soon, as well as an entire European swing where we'll see 3 events back to back to back next month in July. Obviously, Des Moines Challenge also in the near future. And Oliva is in for the birdie. You talked about how great Missy was on the back 9. Right now we're seeing Maria Oliva getting it done on the front 9. If she keeps up the pace on the back, she may become our new leader.
And what a doubles team they would make if Missy and Maria were lined up. Yeah, we'll see if Maria can keep that momentum going. If so, if she were able to match what Missy had, I mean, what an outstanding first round this could be. But Maria's showing us that the front 9 is scoreable. These holes are reachable. It's a combination of open shots and wooded technical shots, but she has been able to capitalize, throwing good shots and making some very solid putts.
And here on the 10th Val, let's take a look.
Yeah, the first shot, at least, the first tee shot is the same, throwing out into this big wide open field. There's no OB at this point. And then the second shot, the players, we have seen them in the past throw short of that OB river, but if you carry the disc off to the right on the second shot, that's going to make your third shot easier. Before, we would carry over to that left, but now the fairway shapes off to the right, and you can see from the course map all that OB surrounding the pin. So they have to punch through these guardian trees, keep it nice and low, and allow the disc to carry to the basket. Anything flying basket high is going to end up OB long.
Watching Hanley put a move on the tee shot here of 10. I want to throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, this is one of 2 holes that moved here for the 2024 version. What are you thinking about this change?
Yeah, everything's similar off the tee here. It's this second shot that has put a little bit more pressure on it with the position of the green. And this is actually the most dangerous green now, Terry, with the OB all around it, with the basket being on the slope. And right now we have just the slightest bit of headwind in their face.
Appreciate the insight as we're watching Pierce take to the tee. A low line drive, and if there's been a consistent miss by Pierce off the tee today, it's exactly that, including the very first shot of her round. It was pulled over to the right side and too low, not giving it any chance to work back out in terms of the flight. So Pierce out of position here.
And really, it's the worst place you could be on this tee shot. There's so much space that you can land out in this field. If you do make an error, you want it to be maybe an early release off to the left. At least you're in a better position for your second.
Yeah, and Perkins, I'll ask you, is there an ideal landing zone, or is it just a matter of not throwing it into the woods?
The fairway's so wide. Really, you just want to bite off as much distance as you can, because the second shot, you're trying to throw as far into the bottleneck as you can. You want to get close to that sidewalk, stay left, so you can give yourself the better angle into the scary green with all the OB.
There's a hole I'll never forget.
And I'll follow that up and ask Perks, what is Pierce going to be faced with here? Is she just going to have to pitch out and sacrifice all distance?
Like when Worlds was there, 2012 or whatever. Yeah.
I think she might have enough room to shape something out on an Anheuser, but with that sidewalk being OB this year on the right side, it might be in her best interest to just play it safe out to the left.
we're taking a look here at the overhead view.
And
this one continues just a bottleneck, as we were saying, Val.
Yeah, it really narrows up on the second shots. And as I'm looking at the rules on this hole, it's not considered an island green. So I believe that any shot that goes out of bounds, you just take it from the last place inbounds. So even on the second shot, or maybe the third shot as they approach the basket.
Anybody see where it went?
Well, not a good sign that there's immediately a full-blown search party out there. So we head to the tee of 11 with Oliva. This is coming in low and on a line drive approach. And just past the pin. Actually, all the way out to circle 2 for Oliva. So at least 10 meters on that putt. I'm worried about this low ceiling. I know we were just talking to Nate about being able to pitch out and how much progress she can really make. This does not look promising.
Coming at you.
Can't hit mama.
She did have a little room to work with, gets enough power.
I wish it was after my first shot, but I'll take it.
Exactly. Over on that left side is the best spot to be off of your drives.
Hannah Wynn with a putt on 11. Count it. And what a bounce back after the bogey on 10. Wynn comes back with a great putt on the 11th.
And 4 birdies on her scorecard today. That's a fantastic putt.
Just chipping away, not a problem there for Katrina Allen. So Oliva coming back after going deep. And fair enough, it's easy to see how someone can be tentative putting back with knowing that cliffside is just behind her. This is the first forehand drive we've seen from Murch.
A lot of movement to land her right in the middle.
A little modeling here, maybe some kind of advertisement work. Hanley throwing her second. Hanley really just kind of keeping the same pace that we saw from Missy in terms of the front 9. She's been somewhat quiet. She's picked up birdies on 8 and 9. She's 3 under through these first 9, which is exactly what Missy was. In fact, that 3 or Yeah, right around 3 under seems to be about the average pace for a good round from most of our competitors. It's all about that scoring on the back. Own on 11.
So,
Comes up on the short right side, but that's going to be safe.
yeah, there is an area on that right side that's short of that wall that is marked safe. If you're over on the left and short of the wall, you're in the water, OB. But like you said, 3 under is a very great score. And we have 2 players that are kind of above that standard.
And 2 of the shots landing directly on top of one another. You just got to think, what are the odds of that being one of the biggest fairways, most open fairways in the entire course, and then 2 shots on top of one another?
And the flight of cat merches to land on top of the other cat disc. It's kind of crazy. I would agree.
Well, we'll see who can throw their next shot better. We saw the effort there by Murch. Here's Allen. A little bit of a slip. And she pulls that one to the right, but it kicks back out.
Do I feel like I had enough distance?
I don't believe there's a drop zone, so we should double check.
Some frustration. Nate, do you know exactly how that's going to get marked or what the conversation was there?
Yeah, Katrina kind of confirmed with the card mates. I believe she's going to take it on the green side of that sidewalk where it kicked a tree and hit left.
Here's trying to claw herself into a par here. And she'll have that left to do. Wow, that'll be her par look after basically having to waste a shot to get back out into the fairway.
Yeah, and as we get closer to the basket, you see that the tee shot is the easiest throw on this hole. There's not a lot to think about, and the fact that she kind of made the mistake right off the bat. She's been getting herself back on track. And that one checks up just short of that OB long.
Okay, this is what I was wondering, but I'm good. I can take it up by that corner. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oliva teeing off on the 12th. Wow, very similar position to where we just saw Hannah Wynn convert from. Can Owen do the same?
Uh-oh.
Tickles some chain, but not enough.
You got to be weary of that water behind the pin.
Kind of kick the left behind it. Oh, I got it. Even that's not all right. Middle of the fairway. I think that's like this one.
Just thinking, this will be obstructed for merch. And then some, as she's giving us the
Great
the sound
assessment.
effects.
Yeah, I got it.
Great assessment, Terry. She might have a tree in her way. A branch or a...
Something tells me she doesn't love it. Can't quite put a finger on it. Here's Merch trying to get creative. And this could be dangerous. If she hits early, she may get knocked down and still not have a look to the pin. Oh, she finds the window.
Wow. A great recovery shot. Somehow gets out basically clean. Maybe caught a leaf, maybe two, but from that viewpoint of the camera, there was not a lot to work with.
What a putt by Pierce. Hanley will move to 4 under. Oliva throwing her second on 12. That is tracking to the pin, so just outside of bullseye. Another potential birdie coming up for Oliva. Scoggins, after going past the pin, has this comebacker for the par. And just barely gets it to slide in. And if you have the DGN Pro subscription, you can be watching holes 11 and 18 all weekend long. Uninterrupted coverage of those particular holes, and you also see some of the additional benefits here for your DGN Pro subscription. Make sure you're all tuned in here on the Disc Golf Network, the ultimate live disc golf experience.
And this first round is ad-free, so you get that bonus hole coverage during the ads. Pretty cool additive and upgrade.
There should be another subscription level that's dad joke free as well, and I'm sure some people would be paying for that. They say ad free, we go dad joke free.
Oh, gosh.
But for now, we're going to take a break on the network. We'll see you in a minute.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Everything changes. Life changes. Seasons change. And your personal style changes too. Luckily, your Zuka can change with you. One frame, with a lifetime warranty, can stick with you through thick and thin. And if it's time for something new, just swap out your insert to match the new you. Match your style and let your Zuka grow with you.
Welcome back as our final feature card moves over here to what some would call a feature hole or a signature hole that we're featuring. I want to see the ace. That's what I'm waiting for, Val.
I know, it sets up so perfectly. You got that retaining wall surrounding the pin, puts it up on this elevated green.
So the last thing you want to do is come up short.
So it measures 269 feet, slightly uphill. Holland's got the height.
And it drops down just barely inside the circle. That's going to flex back right to the pin. Bullseye hit for Cat Murch. And that fades gently to the pin for Pierce. This looks low, and it's not going to get up and over the embankment there. She'll be safe, and that's going to be in the similar territory to where we just saw Hannah win, along with Owen Scoggins and their birdie attempts. That low release coming from Allen on her putt is going to probably be a little bit more uncomfortable than some of the previous putts that we just saw. Here's Hannah Wynn. This is a par look, and off the mark on the 12th.
Now on the tee of the same hole. This tee shot, the players just want to get into a placement zone. Keeping it off to the right is going to give you a more open second.
And Oliva will move to 8 under. What a round she's having through 12.
To think she has 6 more holes to play.
Appreciate
as
you,
she's 2 back of the hot round we saw out of Missy. There's plenty of room to continue to improve on that score.
Is it me or you, Holly? Okay, I can go.
Like you mentioned, being so close to that wall for Katrina, she's not going to be able to use that low reach down like she's been so confident in through this round.
This will be more of a spin putt or releasing from much higher than what she's accustomed to. And it doesn't matter. Katrina Allen picks up the birdie.
And jogs it in. Wow.
After having to adjust the putting style, we see Katrina Allen jam it in for the birdie.
I think she's been reaching down to her knee. This time she is able to get to her thigh. Adjust it just a little bit.
Big smile in front of the gallery hanging out there. Holland looks off to her side. There might have been some form of distraction. Subtle look that she was trying to give as we watch Cat Murch tap in for the birdie. Pierce picks up the birdie. Just her second one of the day. Oliva, you're just 2 off the lead, I should say, but a chance to become a leader here, depending how she can close out these last 6 holes. That one's off the mark on the 13th. Forward progress for Scoggins.
She gets over the hillside, but that's going to be a long putt.
Stacy Kiefer throwing the 13th. Oh, and a park job. Birdie coming up here for Stacy. Long range for Scoggins to an elevated pin. Not really getting too much more aggressive with it, understandably, especially with it being elevated. It's got a lot of power. It's going to need to slow down, and it looks like the ground will do the work, and it checks up.
Okay, that's nice.
That's a big drive from Kat. I think it's long of the ideal landing zone to the corner.
Well, that's exactly what I was just going to throw out to Nate Perkins. Nate, off the tee of 12, where is the exact ideal landing zone on this par 4?
Yeah, you're looking to go anywhere from 330 to 350 would be the golden ticket. If you fade off too early left, you certainly pinch the angle. It's something still possible from over there. And honestly, it's not bad to land at the far end of that bunker.
Pierce will push to the left side of the fairway with that drive.
And that looks great. Gotta keep it out in the short grass.
Oliva to save par. It's going a long way to the pin from over on that right side. Stacy Kiefer for birdie. Count it. And another bounce back for her. Coming off the bogey on the previous hole.
That's such a great birdie to get on 13. One of the holes that Missy didn't get the putt in, but had a great drive. Still remains at the top. Maria still has some challenging holes ahead of her, but a few very easy birdie opportunities if you can get a good drive. We'll see if she can get her tee shots back on track.
Yeah, I really think about that scoring stretch of 15 through 18. It's really 14 is the major one she has to contend with, and that'll be her next tee shot. Meanwhile, Scoggins gets that one to check up almost immediately after it hits the ground.
So this land a little too inside for Katrina. She's gonna have to flex this sidearm shot to get close to the pin. And that's not going to leave her with a putt, especially landing short of that hill. The goal on these second shots is to get over that hill, and then you're at least around the green. Just like that, a fantastic second shot from Holland.
You see that, Missy?
Missy wishes
She does.
she kind of does.
She'll never admit it.
She'll never admit it.
I
You're
wish
right.
I could. That would be me.
Talking a little trash. They think the leader in Missy Gannon is sitting back at the RV right now watching the action. So some real-time trash talking. And Missy's thinking, you know what? I'm cool. I'm in the clubhouse. I'm sitting 10 under relaxing right now. What are you guys doing? You're trying to chase me. Unofficially rated 1042 is what Missy's 10 under opening round is so far.
And it keeps shifting around because there aren't a lot of players finished at this point. It's actually bumped up to 1046 in the last few seconds.
Oh boy. I'm gonna change. Yep.
Early release for Paige. Heiser's out.
It's okay. You can still make that pretty lucky. You didn't fuck yourself up for the goal.
And Val, we were just talking about it. This is the most difficult tee shot that remains in the back nine. We'll see how Maria can navigate it. I like where this is heading as long as it stops. Oh no, and it just barely gets up and over at the last moment, goes out of bounds. Certainly an opportunity from there. She gets all of that distance. Par is 100% still a possibility from that spot. As Katrina Allen pitches up next to the pin, she's looking for the par.
Fantastic drive from Owen. And a great putt. That will bring Owen to 4 under. A very consistent round. Not a lot of fireworks, but that puts her up in the top 5.
Go beat a move. Come on. Come on.
Paige has seen this distance so many times today.
Up, up.
Just so close. Every missed putt has been a matter of a few inches here or there, but she's been putting very aggressively.
Maria gained so much distance, and it was just really the last few feet when this had slid out of bounds. Very practical for her to be able to get up and down. She's going to be able to play with that right side tree line, and this, oh, it looks like the trees may have slowed her down just the right amount. I worried about that going deep, possibly even catching the back hillside and then having it accelerate way past the pin. She'll have a putt for par. Lorenzen is going to close out with a birdie. Excuse me, that looks to be a par on the 18th. Oh, well, let's give her a birdie instead. That sounds better.
It sure does. Very solid shooting today to finish at 3 under. You can see the 2 errors on her scorecard. She's going to have some redemption on hole 10 to get the double bogey on the par 5. But a very good opening round. She's right there in the pack. Currently sitting in the tie for 5th. A fine line to release this disc. Holland thought that was just completely off track, but gets kicked back into the fairway. And when you are off the fairway on that right side, it's tough to get up and down. So Holland was thinking, all right, try and save a par, but now being in the fairway should be an easy up and down.
That sounded great for the disc.
If my disc is going to be in town. I'll be a look.
Pierce is right. It will be a look, just about circle's edge.
There's no OB, right?
No.
Okay.
And if you're not going to ask, dude, Odie, this is we can always move spectator rope too, right?
100%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
You can drop it, move it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not.
but just put it back after. Or whatever.
Exactly. Yep,
That's
exactly.
the same for every tournament, right? Or is that a TD discussion? Yeah, okay.
Can we just move the ropes?
I mean, this is kind of Phil's baby. I'll talk to him about it because it's pretty close, but he likes
Like just that one corner.
he
Just
likes
move.
it.
Looking for a rules clarification there. Now Scoggins on the tee of 14. Looks like she may have slipped, but more importantly, she gets the green flag. So we're just along the banks of the Mississippi. Comes in just behind the green here on the 13th.
Yeah, we have seen players bring it into play off of the tee shots and even putts if players are trying to be aggressive to get the birdie. And because of that low ceiling, players are forced to throw the shot as more of a beeline, a straight shot with a lot of power to carry and get close to the pin. If you get a little bit too much power on it, it could easily find the water.
Allen gets hung up, so a bogey likely coming. We'll see how aggressive she wants to be with the putt, knowing that slope directly behind the pin will lead you right to the Mississippi. Oliva to save the par. And not a good attempt. This will be her first blemish on her scorecard. Now to limit it to just the bogey. And a good comeback putt for Oliva, but she'll fall to 7 under. She'll need to birdie out if she wants to have the outright lead and get to 11.
By the sounds of it, Katrina was looking to throw that in.
I was certainly wondering how aggressive she would be from that spot. It looks like it's going to be a bogey on the scorecard. Pierce has an opportunity to pick up a couple of strokes on her card mates. She has to connect with some metal. If this airballs, it could be danger.
Drop.
Center chains, Pierce for birdie.
Brace on me.
It has been that distance all day long, and really maybe she's been doing less or worse than flip of a coin. She's only gotten a few of these to connect. But it's a great putt right there. Like you said, a lot of danger if you miss.
Murch had approach to there, so that's for par. So Pierce will pick up 1 on Murch, but 2 on both Hanley and Allen. Owen throwing her second.
Yeah, on. Face that.
Owen claimed yesterday that this would be a really boring round for her, and she thought, well, maybe she could get to 3 under. Well, she's currently sitting at 4 with a few holes left to play. A huge drive from Maria Oliva. We'll see if she can get back on track. All of that on the other side of the break.
Tone technology by Clash Discs.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Owen with her third and not exactly committed there.
I feel like that second shot on 14 could be so deceiving. Players tend on. We've got our featured card waiting on that tee pad. And like you said, Terry, one of the most dangerous tee shots from here on out.
Yeah, I like not seeing them moving while I'm in my run-up.
I agree. He's probably going to be back up next hole, too.
It's like, in my run-up and they start walking, it kind of makes me...
All out. I thought you were going for the green.
Yeah, I thought about it, you know. I would love to see it. That would sell drives.
I've been in
That would sell drives for
I've been in
sure.
the gym with one.
I'd buy a drive.
I'd buy a few more.
Instead of getting gifted.
And as they wait, we have Ella Hansen up ahead on the green of 14. Ella in for the birdie. You gotta love how hole 15 sets up so well for her. 16, I know anybody can get to. 17's a matter of just getting down the tunnel and then using that distance on 18. So we'll see if Ella Hansen can become more of the conversation as she's trying to close out. Oh, I love the line here from Pierce.
Just beautiful. Hyzer release with an understable disc allowed it to flip up mid-flight and carry safely off to that right-hand side. Nowhere near that OB on the left. Still some work left on that last putt.
Be kind to me.
Nicely done from Kat Murch. Just a few short from the great drive from Holland.
That looks like trouble, and in fact a red flag for Katrina, out of bounds. And Katrina will get her marking. Big thanks to all of the spotters and volunteers out there helping out. Missy Gannon shot the 10 under. She's in the clubhouse as our leader, and we caught up with her right after the round.
All right, Missy Gannon joining us in the clubhouse today. Missy, you shot 10 down. Tell us about the round out there.
Yeah, I was on the first tee time out, which hasn't happened for a little while, but for anybody that knows me, I practice between 7:30 and 8 a.m. almost every practice round. So mentally and physically, I was really prepared for that to happen. And I love it because I get to play with people that I haven't played with before. And, we had such good vibes and I got to meet new people. And it was just a nice little walk in the park.
Talk about how those early morning practice rounds might prepare you for, especially a day like today where you're first card out. Where is that giving you an advantage, you think, over the field?
Yeah, I think one, it prepares me for the possibility of having the randomly drawn 8 a.m. tee time, first tee time out. But also, honestly, it kind of played into today where we didn't have to wait on any hole. So we were, getting to the tee pad, taking score, and right away we're off and running. So that's again what it's like when I practice that early. So yeah, no waiting around, no getting cold. It was something that I really prefer and I really like, but you know, I can manage the backups, but it was nice to not have to deal with them today.
Yeah, talk about how maybe that might help keep you in rhythm. Is that an important part of your game?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's so important to not just kind of sit on a tee pad for maybe 5 minutes. It is part of the game, so it is what it is, but it definitely helps to keep moving and cruise along.
All right, that's Missy Gannon, who shot 10 down today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Cat throwing to the opposite side of the fairway now. That's going to be trouble. Sometimes even locating the disc over there can be difficult. I know in previous years I've been digging around in there looking for various shots.
And then if you do throw far enough, you can reach the Mississippi River on a really bad shot.
Well, is the stick long enough? Not a problem. Disc officially retrieved. Pierce trying to throw it on the tight line, knowing you've got the right side that could come out and pull that in at any moment, but she'll have a look for birdie. Perks, what could we expect from Kat Mertz here with this throw?
Yeah, there's just the slightest bit of right to left wind for her coming off of the river. She's going slow speed here, I believe a neutral mid-range. She's got a good read on Paige, and she's really tugged on that one, actually. That needs some help, and it does not get it. She's going to be behind the first wall of trees outside C2. Might be a tough up and down for the par. Hanley's just a few paces here. She might even have the liberty of going putter. Still a slight bit of right to left. And she's got it flat, slightly drifting. It needs to slow down. So I'm on the back side of the hill and gets that little roll out to 24 feet. Uphill look for the birdie.
Pretty average for us. But you'd rather be a little long than short. It's just there's that.
That's exactly what I was thinking. We see so many players leave it short on the approach. Holland knew that she needed the extra few feet. She does go a little long, and now because she's past the basket, she's going to have an uphill putt.
Owen with her second now with Oliva. Teeing off on 16. That's going to come in short. Deep or right are kind of the two places you'd like to be. That short side is not exactly the ideal spot. Here's Scoggins with her third. And Allen's able to punch out, but she'll still have a long putt. It's just one of the reasons why this hole is so difficult, because off the tee, you called it earlier, Val, you really want to land as close to the left side OB as possible without, of course, crossing it, because that opens up your opportunities to either go with the righty backhand that can kind of flirt with the right side tree line, or you can even go forehand to keep yourself away from the sidewalk. But if you put yourself way on the right side of the fairway like Pierce did, it can really force you into bringing that tree line into play so much more.
Yeah, that might work.
Where are we going?
We're going right here.
Doesn't sound too punishing. She very quickly said, we're going right here, as in not too far in. Saw her punch out back on 10, finding a window and not any problem there.
Ready?
Well, that is a professional asking and double checking that the cameramen and operators are all in place. We appreciate that. Can she execute?
Not a lot of room to reach back, get the power. There's one of the windows that she was able to aim for. She gets out. Let's see what she's got left.
Cat trying to avoid a double bogey. She'll need this to do so. On the mark. Katrina Allen battling here with hole number 14. She'll escape with a bogey, and she had to work hard for it.
Is that where you're at? No, I'm okay. All right, this one is.
That would be brutal, knowing that there is a hill directly behind the pin. Looks like Pierce is ready to go next.
Oh, air ball. Watch out, y'all. Oh, good dodge.
And Pierce airballs.
And with that drop off, like you were mentioning, it exaggerates how far a putt can go past the basket.
This is well outside the circle. She went from 25 feet to nearly 40.
And a very steep incline back up to the pin.
So Pierce almost saves it. It does not stay in. We'll see a 3-putt here on the 14th.
Two more attempts from circle 2 for Paige. That makes her 2 for 9 from C2.
And that rolls back almost directly to Murch, almost exactly where she was. She maybe gained a foot or two. Things unraveling on the 14th.
that one of those moments? You're laughing on the outside, crying on the inside. A brutal hole for Cat Merch.
Really struggles for everyone so far, except for Hanley. Big opportunity to gain strokes. Just maintaining the focus for Hanley as she's watching everyone else kind of implode around her. On the green of the 14th, doing some damage to the scorecards of everyone except for Hanley. Catching up with Oliva. Off the rim on the 16th. And she would go on to make the par. We go back to the tee where Scoggins is. And a little forward roll won't hurt.
All right.
17th for Oliva. She sits at 7 under, but doesn't keep it clean. Unlikely birdie for Oliva on the 17th.
You can hear the wind start to pick up. That's a beautiful drive from Holland up and over the hill.
Up front, it looks like mud just like falls through.
Clean drive for Pierce.
Oh, that was so good. Oh, I loved it.
Oh. 15 is playing as the third most difficult hole on the course, averaging .72 over par. We have trouble for both of the Cats. We're going to stand down for a quick break on the network. We'll be right back.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGo, GottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGo.GottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
Introducing the Birdie Derby, a ready-to-run tournament package from Prodigy Disc. It's the perfect 3-disc tournament to welcome new players and give experienced throwers something new to try. Running a Birdie Derby is a great way to engage your local community and discover new discs in a ready-to-go package. Learn more and host a derby today at discgolfderby.com.
Maria Oliva just barely got out of the tunnel. I said an unlikely birdie, but it looks like she's going to be, pitching right up next to the pin. And a par probably coming. Scoggins has the birdie on the 16th. I apologize, a few technical challenges and difficulties here as we're working through them. And speaking of which, it seems like this hole's been very difficult to birdie, so I want to throw it out to Nate.
Yeah, the tee shot's pretty demanding. The Mando tree is a good 180 off to tee, and then you're trying to shape something out at 400 feet that finishes from left to right, and then even once you execute the drive, you still have 340 into the green here, so kind of makes sense why it's playing as one of the harder holes on the course.
Hole 15, third most difficult. Actually just shifted a moment ago to the second most difficult hole on the course, and then hole 10 is playing as the most difficult.
But there's no OB on this if we compare it to hole 10, which is playing very challenging. It's just all about the distance here. And it's only those elite distance throwers like a Holland Hanley, Paige Pierce that can reach this basket in 2 shots.
That was the best I've ever come. Well, I mean, that was pretty ball. Or nuke driver, nuke.
I mean, I think Blue Birdie out there.
She's throwing, you can hear it, at full distance drivers to really up her game and give her a little bit more power down the fairway.
If I were out there, that's how I would roll. I love it.
And that's what you need. You need somebody out there just pulling you in a wagon while you commentate. That'd be the gig.
That would be. Giving Perkins a little more of a workout if he was dragging me behind him all weekend, but maybe we could work that out in the future. Here's Katrina Allen. That is her third, so a par likely in store.
Bug spray, whatever. Yeah. I think I'm left to throw. Yeah, can I take it with me? Oh, I like this stuff.
Yeah, me too. Sunset Hills is the first place I ever bought it.
Oh yeah, stay away. Everybody's like, you're crazy, but you eat edible. Like, I'm out in about 30 or an hour. Bye.
Murch with her third. Oh, and she's basket hunting. However, she's going to be left with a 32-foot putt on the comeback. to the hillside or the slope that's going to be directly behind the pin. So as great as that looked, now she's going to leave herself with some work.
Bad for you. You're fucking funny, Mike. On your hat, yeah. Then the ants won't get under your hat.
Yeah, because they're not really pretty. They just
Especially this time of year. Mosquitoes, the bugs in Minnesota are at their peak.
Scoggins in. She'll move to 6 under.
Not so boring. 6 under par. Fantastic.
The comeback putt is good.
That's all I'm playing for is that jackalope score. I love that.
Holland to card the only birdie in the division today, and she's done it. Hanley picks up the birdie on the 15th, and she'll move to 7 under. Pierce with the cleanup.
Gotta bump the second one to get it right. You know?
I think this is a great part for it.
Oh yeah. No,
And
it's
if
hard to
Holland
get.
can
You have to
follow
get-
what Missy has done, Missy birdied the last 3 holes, 16, 17, and 18. And that would put Holland and Missy tied at 10 under.
Is there any irony in Holland walking away and hearing her say, I think this is a great par 4. She's literally the only woman in the division to birdie it. I could see why she thinks that. A couple of perfect shots by Hanley. It's a leader to that birdie. And she has all the momentum as we're watching Rebecca Cox trying to get range on her next shot. Rebecca sitting 1 under. Currently that's in the top 10. She's tied for 8th. And she'll have that left for birdie.
A goal is to get over that last hump, over that last sand trap, and that'll give you a nice putt.
Maria just needs to close out strong, but she doesn't like this. And not a chance of that clearing. The biggest mistake she could make on this hole.
Oh my goodness. With all the momentum that Maria had, I mean, all the way through 12 holes, we knew how many opportunities were left, but she has really just fallen back.
A strong closeout for Rebecca. The bounce back after the rough 17th. Well, she closes out with a birdie. And she will be in our top 10.
So comparing the scores from just the last 5 holes that Maria's played compared to what Missy Gannon has done, it's a matter of 4 strokes in 5 holes. Missy besting Maria in that aspect. And what we thought Maria was going to do in these finishing holes and the potential that she had to, you know, see Missy score and even best that score by a few strokes. We're seeing how difficult these final few holes can be.
Get a skip and curl up to the hillside. It does. Short range birdie look coming up for Holland Hanley. And Nate, I've got to ask, do you like the low line drive here off this tee, or do you like seeing the high, wide hyzer approach?
You know, I like the hyzer if you can get the distance down to hit in front of the tree. You can, if you hit the backside or even the right side of that hill, often you're going to get that brutal curl out to C2 and then have a little bit of a headwind putt coming back.
Almost exactly as you just explained it. That's what we saw from Pierce. She came in, hit around circle one, got some of that roll away down the hill, and she'll be either on the backside of circle one or in shallow circle two. Left side circle two look coming up for Kat Murch. Got to get the selfies in. Owen Scoggins along with caddy Jen. Welcome back in, everyone. Terry joined alongside by Val, and a few technical difficulties. I'm thinking about how sometimes the screen's frozen, but it's been anything but frozen for some of the play we've seen out there. Owen Scoggins just claimed that 4th world title in a very hot and humid set of conditions down there in Kansas. We're expecting all sorts of inclement weather possibly this weekend, but knock on wood, we've somehow been rain-free so far this morning. That's kind of a win in itself, isn't it, Val?
I would say so. I mean, we're in the cushy, cozy seats here in the booth, but as a player, you want to always be playing a tournament in the best possible conditions. And when it is just the prime conditions, you also want to shoot well. And so if there is some weather that creeps up this weekend, you want to at least have taken, you know, the opportunity to play your best in the best conditions. And Missy Gannon, she sits atop at 10 under, and that's a score that we saw last year. Katrina Allen put up the 10 under, and that led her to the victory. We'll see. There's a couple of other contenders out there. I'm excited to see what Holland does to close out her round. And Maria, even though she hasn't played so well in these last holes like we expected, she's still sitting at 7 under currently. So it's still a very great score.
Murch's attempt from circle two comes up short. And lurking, coming out there just to take in some of the action, maybe in person. Missy Gannon finding her way back out to hole 17. As Pierce, good chain, but not enough.
Or maybe she heard that trash talking and she's out here, hey, I heard you two.
Yeah.
Now I'm here to heckle you these last few holes.
Understandable, as we're now watching Katrina Allen dealing with one of the few trees found on this hole.
Oh gosh. Just don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it, meaning roll away on her, and it checked up pretty quickly. Hanley's in. Uh-oh, and it looks like she's looking off in the distance and waving. She's like, I see you seeing me. That's a birdie. Hanley will have a chance to tie for the lead if she can go birdie and close this out.
That'd be amazing.
I don't know. I thought it was interesting that you had tee times you had to sign up for on disc golf team too.
It's all good for the publicity. That's the rap industry, just making fake beefs. Hip hop.
They'll make their way to the tee of 17, but we're catching up with Scoggins, tee of 18.
We saw how safe Misty played this tee shot. Owen is going to be in a similar position.
I believe all OB tee shots go to a drop zone. And Oliva trying to close out strong here. Remember, she was 8 under through 12 and just a scorching start. Better pace than any other competitor, and has since then gone stagnant. Giving a few back. We see Kona Star Montgomery comes in with a 1 under, along with Valerie Mundahano. We'll round out our top 10. And barring something crazy, we should for sure see Owen Scoggins on the lead card tomorrow. As she's working her way through the 18th. I'd go ahead and put money on that, in fact, Val.
I'm not going to bet against her.
Hanley catches right side, so it's not clean. And from there, I would expect a pitch up to the pin. Trying to play for the par. Pierce hits the lane and just outside of bullseye. Birdie look for Pierce.
And I love the flight of the disc that she threw. That hyzer release, flipping to flat. Katrina makes it out the gap as well. I've seen these discs filter to the left. You do bring those last pine trees into play on your putt. I'm seeing that either side of this lane, these trees are wound up and lit up with Christmas lights. I'd love to see this hole be played in the dark.
Very awkward run up, seeing her on the slope. So Oliva will have a chance to close out with the par. Scoggins throwing her second.
No opportunity there for Holland, and especially if you can't make it out that gap of trees. You lay up here for Murch. I feel like I spoke too soon for how aggressive she's been from that distance.
Looks like Nico LaCastro's taken over caddy duty for the last couple of holes. Nico, of course, a champion here at this event. On the MPO side, he'll be teeing off a little later this afternoon, I believe around 3 20 or so. Repping the caddy bib as required. Allen for birdie.
We've seen it before. Those trees and those low branches really come into play.
And Pierce capitalizes on the great drive here on 17. And the rest of the card in for par. Looking to close out on the 18th. We'll see how our final feature card can do just that on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product, I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
You got it.
I'm laying up.
All right, well, we know the game plan from Owen Scoggins here, saying she's laying it up.
Yep, great shot.
So this is for bogey, actually, for Maria Oliva. A solid putt. So although she kind of stalled out at the end, it's still a very impressive day by Maria Oliva, proving to us that birdies can be had on the front. Lots of scoring taking place on the back, but Maria getting plenty of birdies out there. And we will see Maria Oliva on the lead card tomorrow.
only player in the field to get a turkey to start the round, birding 1, 2, and 3.
Ella's hoping to set herself up for a birdie. This is her third. And no, she gets a red flag. Out of bounds for Hansen.
So it's blind, you can't see, but the players, as they're throwing up and over that hill, they have to clear the pond that has a little inlet just short of that hillside. That's why Owen chose to lay up here to the top of the hill. Gives you a much better view of where you're trying to throw your next shot.
And you gotta wonder if the layup will pay off, and there's your answer. Scoggins hits the pole koozie, and underneath the basket, she'll have a tap-in par, and we'll see her on the lead card.
We already did the fist bump? Yeah, we did it.
Yeah, we did.
Gerard.
Oh man,
Been a
that
great day.
looked great from Paige. I thought it had enough height.
Just too wide and doesn't get back inbounds for Pierce. She'll head to the drop zone.
You don't need to go that high.
Hanley and Allen finding inbounds. Murch. I'm not sure there's just enough reason to go so aggressive like we saw from Paige, trying to bite off even more. And Murch also out into the center of the fairway, so all of them with an advantage over Pierce on this final hole.
First shot, safe, second shot.
Some of our favorite shots out here today in round number 1. Roller there by Katrina Allen. That would eventually set her up for the par save. Beautiful drive there on 5. Hanley. Tee shot on hole number 9. She'd go just deep of the pin, and she'd be the only one on the card to pick up the birdie there. Kat Murch teeing off on hole number 11, and ultimately would put that one right next to the pin. And to close out for the 10-pack, Missy Gannon. A bogey-free 10 under effort as we take a look at Val's keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, Terry, I think the last few holes of this enduring round, you really need to lock it in and focus up. There's still very challenging holes finishing this round. 17, we see the difference between being clean and giving yourself the birdie opportunity or hitting one of those early trees and causing yourself to lay up for the par. 18 is all about the landing zone. I really don't think that players need to go big, go aggressive off of the tee shot. If you throw a nice drive inbounds, everyone is trying to throw to the top of the hill for their second shot. So you really should be playing that tee shot nice and safe. As we see Paige, after going OB, here's the drop zone shot, and she's had an extra stroke on this hole already.
I'll go get the pipe. I will.
Owen Scoggins will tap in a stress-free par for Scoggins, and we'll find her on the lead card as she's in at 6 under. And I'm going to throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, where are they trying to get to exactly here with these second shots on 18?
You really want to push the second one as far as you can, close to that OB line. Takes a lot of pressure off that third shot. And ideally, Terry, you don't want to land in that bunker. While it's not a hazard this year, it's hard to get good footing to clear the pond on your third. Distances they're looking at throwing on these second shots is right over 300 feet.
Thank you, Nate, as we're seeing Holland dial in the distance here. Yeah, I think we saw that a moment ago by Ella Hansen. She was in, you know, the hazard area, and although not penalized in terms of a stroke, just the footing and walking through that sandy area is a really easy way to lose some of that both focus as well as just overall balance.
And
well,
yeah, right in the middle of it there for Holland. And like Nate was saying, if you push it closer to that OB line we saw on the caddy book, it's still about 240 feet to the pin. So that you want to make that third shot a little bit easier, a little bit shorter. You need to get past that bunker.
It was alright. It could have been wider.
Sending your ankle to the basket on the next shot.
Oh, yeah.
Better than being off to the right and you got to come straight.
Thank you for spotting. I want one. I mean, you don't have to like scoop it, you just flop it on.
I got the one I got. Floatings are amazing to grab for sure. They also pull from under the water.
If I had all these right. Like if I knew like
Off the top of the water.
Sink.
Yeah. Feels worse than anything.
That's 347. Yeah, I'm happy with this.
You going Zeus or dry?
No,
Just checking.
towel though, what's he hopeful?
Okay.
Paige is going big, trying to make up that OBT shot. And she goes long, OB.
Bridge is over there. We're gonna find out.
Did you get the green?
No, you got.
So she will proceed down there near the basket area and take her OB stroke from there.
That will certainly pull her off of the chase card, and we will likely see her fall all the way down to the third or maybe even fourth.
Trina so far on that right side. It's a big turnover shot.
The goal is to have that disc perfected by.
Honestly, it's flying nicely.
Can you imagine?
It's just perfectly big. But it wasn't like worm burner, right? It was like glidey, right?
Right there.
And short on the effort.
We got this one.
Let's see if the footing is at all a problem here for Hanley. Didn't seem to affect Murch much.
I couldn't get grip on the ground.
Well, not only that, you don't get the full brace, so like you don't.
Well, there's your answer, Terry.
Yeah.
You could see the divots from the previous players. You could see the holes that they've dug in with their feet, trying to get that grip and footing in the sand trap.
And Nate, as we're watching Pierce line up for her shot, I wanted to ask about not only the shot, but if you had any other parting thoughts before we let you go here today.
Yeah, pretty big mistake by Pierce there to hang that one wide, and she needs to get up and down here for the double, and she's got the putter up and over the bunker, well thrown, but that one's going to sting to finish her around with the double here.
Shit, full send, shit. This amazing bridge, one of the architects behind this.
Maria Oliva is sitting in a tie for third. She shot 6 under here in the opening round. She's off to a great start. We caught up with her just after her round. Here's what she had to say.
Joining us in the clubhouse now is Maria Oliva at 6 under par. Tell us a little bit about your round.
Honestly, I woke up, got to my tee time with like 10 seconds to spare, and didn't even warm up, so that was very shocking. Yeah.
Talk about that a little bit more. What focus did you have to channel after no warm-ups today?
I'm not gonna lie, I do that a lot, and I'm trying to not do that a lot, but it helps me not, like when I'm practice putting, it helps me not think like, oh, today's gonna be a good day putting or a bad day putting. I just go out there and tell myself, all right, you know what to do. Let's see if you can do it or not, and I did, so that was fun.
What today did you find in your game that was really on, and maybe some parts that might not have been as strong today?
So I think the strongest part today was my drives, especially the front 9. Like I didn't have to putt at all. It was just, easy little tap-ins, birdies all over the place. I was like, okay, I never get these holes, great. And then through the end, I was getting a little nervous, so the drives were a little errant. And then my putting saved me, which doesn't usually happen, so I was really stoked about that.
And then the last question, it looks like you're going to be on lead card tomorrow. What are your feelings about being in front of the cameras in the gallery tomorrow?
Usually that scares me a little bit, but once I start with the cameras at a tournament and they just kind of keep going, it makes it easier for me because it's kind of a constant. So, yeah, I can't say.
All right, well, thank you so much, Maria Oliva. We'll see you tomorrow on lead card.
Thank you.
How interesting to hear that Maria Oliva was cutting it a little close this morning. I assume when she said 10 seconds, probably 10 seconds before the, so to speak, 5-minute warning that she needed, or a 5-minute head start that you need before your round. But my only follow-up to that would be, what was going on? Was it an alarm late? Was it traffic? Was it something else? But here's Kat Murch trying to close out. Just need the nice big gallery to do it in front of. Birdie for Kat Murch.
She definitely had some highlights in today's round, but overall, she's got some adjustments to make to shoot a little bit better for tomorrow.
Solid putt for Paige Pierce to close out with the double bogey. As we heard Nate say, certainly a mistake that will come back to bite her here on the 18th. A pair of OBs for her. Hanley. Very solid round, an 8 under. She'll be sitting in solo second place position.
But nearly matching Misty. And Missy did get 17 and 18, and Holland went par. So they were very close in the battle, and I know that we're talking about having beef with Missy, you know, talking a little trash, but tomorrow we'll see you go head to head.
You almost got it. Good round. I know the ones you're mad about.
No, I'm A down with like lots of routine.
You also won the Jack Loeb.
Suck. Indeed.
That's what I was waiting for. Give it to her all.
Give me something.
Hole 18, Paige.
6.
And Holland.
5.
And I had a 5 and Cap. 4.
And as they make their scorecards a final product, we take a look at our leaderboard yet again. Missy Gannon out in front with Holland Hanley just behind her. Owen Scoggins, who said she was going to play some boring golf. I think it was anything but, as she's at 6 under, very much in contention. And Maria Oliva was off to an incredible start, fell back just slightly. Hopefully she can make another charge again tomorrow. And look at that chase card. Luque, Rebecca, Kona, and Paige Pierce. Excited to see how things are going to shake out come tomorrow. All right, with that, Val, we're going to take a look at our OTB shot of the day. But first, I got to ask if you got any guesses for what it might be.
You know, there were a lot of great scores out there. There were a lot of players shooting really well. But I think the most impressive thing was seeing our defending champion, you know, a year ago. She won this tournament. She comes out on our featured card, and she's 8 months pregnant and still put up a very solid round. Finished at 1 over. So maybe the roller, maybe some of those good putts from Katrina Allen. I'm calling it.
I like that call. And, well, looks like you're right on the money. Changing up the putting style slightly. Different on hole number 11, or OTB, only the best shot of the day. And with that, we'll see you this afternoon as the MPO action will kick off. Tournament Central comes to you at 3 p.m. Central. We look forward to seeing you there. For Nate Perkins out on the ground, along with Valerie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you this afternoon.